Yeah, I'll do that now.
Test 1, 2. Test.
I can just...
Well, welcome everyone to another Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday. Well, I just want to welcome my co-commentator at the moment, the pocket rocket himself, Stewie.
How are you, Mark? It is fantastic to be here tonight out at Sydney Dragway for Aeroflow Race for Real. And what a roll-up of races we've got tonight. We weren't really sure how many we're going to get. Obviously, Origin is on tonight, but our hardy bunch of races have come out in force tonight. And, hey, what a way to kick it off. A pair of Fords. And we've got the 250 Crossflow powered XE out there as well. Joining us in commentary very, very soon will be Stephen Bush. The Bushman will be here very soon. But see how they go. This Falcon has been very, very consistent all week. As I mentioned, still running the old Crossflow motor in it. No, not barrow powered, but 1.61 and 60 and an 1184 at 110 up against, well, it comes up as Christopher Barillas in the FG Falcon. Not sure whether it is or not, because he's one of our racers at our Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series.
Yeah, well, that early model Ford, that is, it's a great little package in it. Like, it gets out of the hole, it's very, very consistent, low 11s every pass, one after the other, and when it leaves the line, just picks up that left-hand wheel just a little bit and gets out and gone. So, yeah, it'd be a real fun car to drive.
Yeah, and I think for those guys, you know, I think they've got the consistency down pat.
Yep.
I think now it's just a matter of trying to cut that tree down a little bit and get those reaction times down, and they will be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to championship drag racing.
100%, yep.
Great to see the guys from Yaguna Automotive who went down in their ute, went 16.24. Maybe a little bit of an issue for that ute. I'm sure it used to go a little bit quicker than that, but it was only the first pass.
I think you're right there, Stu, because it was it did go 16.4, but at 112 miles an hour. So the miles an hour was up there, just the ET's down. So, yeah, I'd say they sort of bit of a problem probably out of the hole on that car, but, yeah, it just had the top-end power to carry it through that miles an hour.
Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to vote via the live stream on YouTube, not Facebook, YouTube, guys. We're giving away a $500 voucher from Odyssey Batteries for the best car or best bike and the quickest. So the car's got to be quick, and it's got to be a street car or a street bike, and it's got to be what you think is the best car or bike here tonight. So it has to be registered.
So it's an all-over. So we're going for an all-over package.
We're going for
eh?
a grand champion tonight.
Yep. Okay.
So we've got a $500 voucher courtesy of Odyssey Batteries, and a big thank you to Odyssey Batteries for their continued support here at Sydney Dragway as well. So, guys, get your votes in. I know there's a lot of people that are already on the live stream. G'day, everybody. Of course, Mad Carl Mark. I know Gus Man is on there. Panel Van Man. Hey, Panel Van Man, I got something to tell you too, mate. We've got 2 panel vans here tonight, so keep your eyes to the screen because they will be racing a little bit later. I think they must have heard your name. They thought, you know what, let's come out and have a race.
We'll get the panel vans out.
And one of them has got a roll cage in it, and it sounds tough. So I'm interested to see how that car goes. But look, great mix of cars here tonight. We've got some first timers. We've got a first timer just below us. Downstairs here, taking on this beautiful looking S15 Sylvia.
Yeah, this thing is just absolutely mint. This car's got it's a really nice all-round package from what I can see so far. Just in the preparation on this car, nice set of wheels, just tucked up under the guards, and sounds really tough. So let's see what it's got.
Well, I think too, you know, those S15s, and look, I'm not a huge Nissan fan. I make no secret of the fact because that's like the dark side for me. But look, you can't get past the look of the S15s. They are probably, for me, they're probably the best car that Nissan has ever designed and built in my book. Yes, it's quicker than my 2, but I'd rather. Ben said it looked better. Yeah, well, you know. Hey, my car doesn't sound that bad. That's good, but I'll tell you what, the S15 out, 2.52 in the 60. And cruising on through, 1364 to 107.81 as we got the Mercedes coming out against the BMW. Oh, this is what we want to see, a bit of tribal warfare.
Yes, indeed. No. I can't even comment on that one.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'll stay out of that one. He's too close to me. He'll belt me with a mic. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I do have to drive it home, Ben. So once again, guys, no, drive the car home. Now, once again, guys, if you're up in the crowd tonight, guys, and you want to put a vote in for your favourite, all-round favourite car or bike tonight, make sure you jump onto YouTube, get your comments in, because Steve and Mark will be looking at the screen, and they will be taking a tally. And then at the end of the night, one of our lucky racers will be receiving this $500 voucher.
So we, just to clarify, so we're going to go all street car?
Or it's got to be all street car or street bike. It has to be registered.
Yeah, all bike, yep.
It has to be registered.
Yep, and does it have to be super quick, or is it just got to be quick for that type of car?
I think it's got to be the quickest. But, you know.
I think we need to make it quick for that type of car because...
Yeah, or quick for that type of car. Well, at the end of the day, it's the people on YouTube and the people that are here at the track that have got to vote. So you guys have got to vote on YouTube, on our live feed. Now, DJ Prowse, I'm extremely disappointed in you. I know the State of Origin's on tonight, but, mate, you go for Queensland. What is wrong with you? I mean, Ish, our head security guard here, he's going for Queensland. What's wrong with him? Although I've been telling him that for a very, very long time. I've known Ish for a number of years. But, look, guys, I'm going to duck downstairs because the Bushman is not too far away from joining Mark on commentary. And I'm going to do what I do best and go down and cause some havoc.
Well done, mate. Stir them up down there.
All right, good mix of cars out in the staging lanes, Mark. It's not quite as cool as I thought it was going to be, actually.
No.
I say that now, but might cool off a little bit as the evening draws on. But look, walking back from signing in, it was a fair bit of smoke drifting through the scrutineering line. So I'm guessing there was a few of our competitors already warming their tyres.
They were, yes, they were. Laying down a little bit of rubber for the competitors after them.
Yes.
So, which is all good. And look, just a quick one for the competitors out there. And I sort of don't think you would be, but just make sure air conditioning's turned off.
Yes.
Well and truly, because, creates condensation. Condensation sits inside the air conditioner. Do a burnout. It'll drop down onto the track. Our eagle eye staff down the line will pick you straight away, wheel you out, be no ifs or buts, and then they've got to mop up the mess down there. So make sure all air conditioners are off, and before you come through the tunnel, make sure everything's done. Helmet's done up, sleeves pulled down, everything you need.
And for those of you that haven't been to Sydney Dragway before and are competing, if an official asks you to do something, please follow that instruction.
100%.
We're trying to keep the event flowing as best as possible for the competitors that we have, and for the people watching on the hill and also on the live stream. We want to try and get you as many runs as possible, of course, in the safest possible way. And our officials are, they've been trained to look for certain things. That the belts are done up, the helmet's on, you've got your sleeves rolled down, you're not on your mobile phone, all of those sorts of things. Not trying to be a killjoy here, just trying to keep the event flowing as best as possible.
Yeah, indeed. And it sort of becomes real important too, as you come under the tunnel.
Yep.
You'll be directed down into the 2 waiting boxes down there.
Yep.
Then directed up to the burnout box. That's the type of area which we need you to sort of really concentrate on.
To fully focus on the water box. We can see the gentleman there. He'll wave you into the water and then give you the go-ahead, turn around and point towards the finish line. That means you can start your burnout. Until you get that signal, wait patiently.
Yeah, we've seen people just roll in there and then start lighting them up.
We understand completely that you're probably a little bit nervous and excited to be down there, but just control your excitement for only a few more seconds, and then once you give them the go-ahead, there could be a reason why the official's holding you in the water that you're not aware of.
Absolutely. And just one other thing, when you leave the line, if you feel your car start turning tyres, ease out of it.
Yep.
Because we guarantee, and we have seen it happen, that it can then all of a sudden it can get really loose, and there's walls both sides.
That is, yes, correct.
So just ease out of it, get control back over the car, and then accelerate back into it again, or just cruise on down from there. The track, it's a drag strip, so it's, as I say, once it goes, you're a passenger.
Well, I think you're not going to get the time that you want, your best possible time, if you're spinning the wheels, much more than even a metre or two, really.
Yep.
Come back around next time and maybe take off at not full throttle, or change your launch RPM just a little bit till you hook up. Most cars here are only on a fairly small tyre. Once they're spinning, they're spinning.
Yes. Yep, exactly. And we're throwing them all out at the moment, so we'll throw one more at you.
Go for it.
And that's it. Once you do leave the line, if you feel something's not right, like you hear a rattle, a bang, or clunk, or something's not right, just slow it down to a safe speed, move to the side of the track when it's safe to do so, and wait for an official to come to you.
Yep.
Couple of things there, because if you've damaged something or something's leaking out of the car, it minimises the downtime to the track, but also minimises the damage to your car that if you kept driving, you're going to cause more. So
that's right.
It's just it's a two-thing, two-part. So that's it. We're finished nagging.
Yep. Get back in your box, Dad.
Yeah, we might throw a few more at you later, but Well, we got the Rocket Man down there at the moment himself, down on the track. How's it look down there, Stu?
Yeah, I was just down watching Victor Solagianis down there in the big Chevy Monte Carlo, that 454, of course. Very well-known car here in Sydney. Maybe not so much around the country, but I'll tell you one thing he is famous for, Steve, is that little red Tirana of his. He did a great job up at Queensland at the Winter Nationals.
He did. I think he got to the final. I'm pretty sure he won, actually. So, yeah, did very well for himself. And that car known for really good wheel stands as well, Mark. It's one of those cars that just carries the front end.
Is this Tirana?
Yeah, the red Tirana.
Yep.
I have a feeling he stepped it down a little bit in performance. Was running Top Sportsman, then came back to Super Sedan.
Yep.
But yeah, definitely a good car to leave the start line. As I said, known for carrying the front wheels well down the racetrack and bringing them down fairly softly as well, which is a pretty pretty important part when you do big wheel stands.
It is, and I'll tell you what, it is a knack.
Yes.
Yeah, you really got to know your car and those things. But the Monte Carlo, I was saying to Stu a bit earlier, I remember going back to the days of the old Solo Hercules.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if it was his or not, that used to have the big Solo Hercules across the back window.
So Stephen, Mark, I've just been down in the tunnel.
Yes.
And I was just walking through, and a gentleman who's just below you, an S13 Sylvia, just knocked on the windscreen and, hey, come here. So he's bought this car used to be purple. It's been resprayed matte black. And at first I thought it was a drift car, to be brutally honest, which it may well be, but it's got a set of drag radials on the rear end of it. And it's got a nice hunk of metal hanging out of the bonnet.
We like anything hanging out of the bonnet, and that looks like it could be connected to a V8.
Well, this has got Holly EFI hanging on it, so
it's definitely not a C18 or a SR20 in the dark.
Not at all. So what's he got hiding under there, Stu? It's got to be a V8 of some type.
Be interested to see how he goes. It's been a little while since I've seen the car. Obviously, as you said to me last time, it was purple, but this time they're bringing it out. But next to him is this gorgeous Ford panel van. We've seen this car here before. It is a bit of a crowd favourite, this car, and it is running standard street rubber on the rear end of it too, guys. It's not slicks and they're not radials. So we'll see how he goes for traction. Actually, he's got radials on it. He has actually put a set of radials on it. Sorry, my apologies. So last time they had street tyres on it, and he was really struggling to get that car hooked up from about 60 foot onwards. But now he's got a set of radials on it. Be interested to see how it behaves past the 60 and out of the hole. I'm expecting probably a PB out of this car tonight.
Well, from memory, it runs into the 10s. That Sylvia definitely sounds like there's some sort of forced induction going on there too, Mark, just quietly in the burnout. We could hear the something spooling up.
Something coming out of that car as well, by the looks of it.
The Falcon a little bit smoky towards the finish line there, Stu. 11.69 with a 2.115 mile an hour.
Yeah, and there was something that was leaking out of that Sylvia as well, boys. I was seeing him leave the line, and there's a whole heap of fluid that was coming out of it. So we're just going to have to get this cleaned up and just check out exactly what it is. It may just be water, judging by the boys just going down with the mops, but there was a fair bit of liquid that was spewing.
Yeah, I did see that, Stu. It was coming out around the right-hand rear wheels, which is not where you want fluid leaking out at all. I wonder if he's got a cold box in the back or something.
A cold air box, or perhaps he might have washed it.
Wow.
It's definitely water, guys, that's come out of it. Thankfully it's not anything else, but we'll get that cleaned up. I'll tell you what, boys, we're lucky we got the big HQ back again this week, the 383. I love this car. I'll tell you, if this driver would let me have a drive of it, that would make my day. It's so beautiful. I love this car. I love it. But in beside him, the Dodge Challenger. Now, we don't see a lot of these out here at Sydney Dragway, full stop. We've seen the older generation Challengers, but the new ones, I'll tell you what, these things look great, don't they? I mean, I know there's the Camaro and the Mustang, but I'll tell you what, Dodge got it right with the Challenger in my book. Now also just below us too, just about to come out of the tunnel in the rocket lane, Rob Spagnell's here tonight from the Cleedy Motorsport Group, Shorty's Performance, the blown Hells Mate. So panel van man, you're about to get your first one to come out, but next to him, we've got another panel van that'll be coming out, and this one, boys, says, I think it's Saints, mate. I think that's what the number plate is, but this thing has got a full roll cage in it.
Is that the grey one, Stu?
Yeah,
dark
the grey
black
one.
Yep.
Yeah, MPS, Mopar Plumbing Services. I'm just trying to see what tyres he's got on it, and I'm guessing they're slick. Might be a small slick. It's hard to tell because the car is that low, and it's also tucked well under the rear end of it. So it'd be interesting to see how it goes. But I'll tell you what, guys, what a roll-up of cars tonight. Who needs State of Origin when you got Aeroflow Race for Real?
Hey, Stewie, on that panel van, has it got a set of front runners on it? Tiny, skinny ones. The front tyres.
This one?
Yeah, the one you were looking at, the panel van. If it's got tiny, skinny front tyres, front runners on it, it'll be running on slicks.
Yeah, just trying to determine. Look, it's got a set of front runners on it, boys, so I'm kind of leaning more towards a slick, a small slick. And it's got a race number on it and a full roll cage, so it means the business.
And HQ definitely chasing a light there, Mark, when 007 red.
Did indeed. And a 159.60 foot, so...
Ooh, nearly into the 10s, 11.02 with a 5, 123.5 mile an hour.
And 14.2, 97 miles an hour for the Challenger, so... Afraid the Kiwi sort of showed him the back door on that one.
It did. Probably a little bit, well, I won't say, it wouldn't be much lighter, but it'd be a little bit, I reckon.
Yeah.
So, boys, I've just been told by our start crew that that liquid that was coming out of that Sylvia was actually fuel.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Whoops. Maybe overfilled it.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want following you down the track.
We've seen that, haven't we? And then that certain car,
yes.
I think, through a tail shaft, and yeah, let's just say lucky the fire crew was down there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Well, 10.8, 127 miles an hour for the VS Commodore. Well, the HD panel van up against the EJ.
Gee, they're quiet, aren't they? I know the one on the one in the rocket lane is supercharged.
Yep.
You can barely even, it's not even cami on the supercharger.
No.
Probably a different story when it.
Wow. Tell you what, reaction.
Oh. Almost identical, but
yes.
a tenth of a second apart. And looks like the Aeroflow lane will take it. 10.51 with a 9 mark, 125 mile an hour.
And 10.7, 130 miles an hour. So the supercharger definitely carried that thing at top end.
Yeah, it's probably making a little bit more horsepower than the one in the Aeroflow lane there.
And I think, I don't know, I'm just going to throw this one out there. I think the other panel van might be naturally aspirated because it didn't seem to be spooling up or anything like that off the line. Couldn't hear anything, so yeah.
Well, we know the gentleman in the Aeroflow lane definitely has a forced induction.
Sure does.
For 99% of his runs, except for when he's running an engine in, he'll take the supercharger belt off.
And it just depends on what pull he's running at the time.
Yes.
Well, boys, we've got Ian Tolmie down here in the rocket lane in the Commodore. From a bit of work done by Highcom. And taking on Joe Sabello in that Datsun Skyline of his. But it's great to see Ian back again this week in the Commodore. He's been away for a couple of weeks. And a 13.02 for his first pass. As Dominic Peroni comes out now in his Real Street GTS. And taking on this Nissan-powered VL with a little bit of nitrous on board, boys. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, you definitely got to love a turbo car with a shot of gas as well, haven't you?
Yes. Why not, I say. Why not?
All the more the better.
Yes, that's it.
But these VFs, we know what the... I'm not sure if this one is, but these supercharged VFs, they've got plenty on board as well.
Well, the gentleman running last week, what did he run?
9.2?
9.2s, wasn't it? Yes. For those listening at home, you can hear Dominic's car running past the track mics. That supercharger singing along nicely. 10.13 with a 9, only 121 mile an hour. I think he was out of the throttle pretty early there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's a little slip from that VL, Steve, out of that left rear tyre. Just a little bit of smoke coming out of it from about 30 foot as this beautiful XR Falcon comes out.
It is a very nice looking car. The blue looks sensational on the lights here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, definitely it suits that style of car, doesn't it? Just slowly edging into the lights. Oh! Just picked up that front wheel.
It did. Turned over to the right-hand side, sort of hugging the centre line at the moment, but a 10.06 with a 9, 134 mile an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, nice. 145 to the 60 as well. That's a clean pass there from that Falcon.
Yes, indeed. Might have to stage it up a bit like a Cortina.
Yes.
Just a little bit of offset.
It's preempted, of course.
It is. And we're into our bikes for tonight. It's good to see the guys here.
And 9.92 with a 3, 147 mile an hour through the finish line.
And 12.7, 104 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
Pretty even pair running down the racetrack at the moment, and the Harley got there by 1/10 of a second, a 12.91 with a 7 at 111.11 mile an hour. So all the ones on the speed.
Well, guys, we've got Wally Hoster, who's back here tonight at Aeroflow Race for Real. Of course, it's sponsored by BC Performance down at North Parramatta. I've got and Brock's Performance. Very, very quick 1000cc Suzuki that he's on. He's taking on the high capacity Suzuki. Look at that, .051 on the tree there for Wally Hoster. Great run straight off the line in the Aeroflow lane and line 9.001. He'd be very happy with that first pass.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, look, the speed 159 miles an hour for Wally on that pass.
At 11.5, 131 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane, but that bike is just unbelievable.
It's just so well sorted, isn't it? Did no wheel spin, not carrying the front end.
100%.
Pretty even off the start line with these two races. I'd say the Aeroflow lane might just stretch the legs at the finish. Ooh, no, I was wrong. 35 thousandths of a second wrong. Wow. I was watching the increments as they went down. The Aeroflow lane was quicker in terms of speed to the half-track mark, but the rocket lane just pulled on past the
pegged on the line, as they say.
Pretty much on the line. There wasn't much in the reaction time either. Racer out there in the rocket lane, just proving you don't need a road bike to come down and race here at Sydney Dragway. It's on a road trail or something along those lines. And a 1286 with a 103 mile an hour.
Well, we got the six-pack Falcon back out again. Done a nice, clean first pass of the night. Leaving this time with a lot more revs than it did previous. 161 in the 60. Rolls through 11.7, 110 miles an hour.
Well, boys, we've got Adam Heron down here in the Audi. It's great to see Adam back. I've known Adam for a number of years through the car scene, and he's got a little SUV here tonight, trying to get his times down. He's taking on the Yaguna Automotive Commodore.
Looking like the Commodore is stretching the legs on the Audi at the finish line. 135 mile an hour tells me definitely so. 11.50 with a 6.
And 12.8, 105 for the Aeroflow lane.
Pair of Golfs on the start line now.
Yeah, I was going to say golf joke then, but it probably wouldn't be very funny.
Try it.
Yeah.
We're right. We're up here. We can lock the door.
We'll just blame you.
It looks like the Mark 7 will be out in front across the finish line. 12.09 with a 4.1, a 12 mile an hour to a 13.3 at 103.
Now this is really cool, guys. Got a first timer out here in his Honda Civic. And this would be a really good comparison because you've got the older model Honda Civic on the line now. And then coming out in the rocket lane, we've got one of the brand spanking new Honda Civic Type R's.
Oh, we can hear those front tyres.
Wow. Yeah.
Not struggling for traction, trying to bite into that racetrack. I tell you what, he's going to stay out in front all the way down, 13.1 at 109 miles an hour.
Well, miles an hour, way up there, isn't it?
Yes.
And 13.4 at 106 miles an hour.
What was in the other lane? Was it Commodore, I think?
Not sure.
All right.
All right, the Merc up against the Type R. That older model car went 13 seconds. Let's see how the new generation goes. Of course, the 2-litre turbo underneath the bonnet of the Type R, 13.7. So not too much between the old and the new, boys.
No, there's not. The speed nearly identical there, Stu.
Yeah. I think just the old has a lot of work done to it, though.
Perhaps, yes. I'm guessing the old is not stock.
Well, we've got the Yaris up against the Mercedes.
Torque steer for the Yaris, big time at a 330 foot and again at half track. Wow, Mark, wow, 969 with a 6, 155 mile an hour. The drag strip here at Sydney Dragway is 402 metres from start line to finish line. I reckon he covered about 410 or more.
I think you're right there. That just drove itself virtually, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if that was my eyes there or not, but it wasn't in a straight line.
I'll tell you what, boys, that was a drive job. Ladies and gentlemen, when he comes up the return road, put your hands together for the Lamb Speed team.
Amazing what you can do with 3 cylinders, isn't it?
It is. It doesn't sound like a 3-cylinder car either. I wonder if Ben was on the camera on the top of the tower for that one.
Well, 12.4, 122 miles an hour, 2:15.4 at 100 miles an hour.
We might have to try to remind him next time it comes out,
Yeah, I think so.
because only we can see that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a good bit of driving, that's for sure.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's got sequential box in it, so it'd be all probably one-handed.
Yes.
Too, but
Just keep clicking and hanging on.
unless he's got the paddle shift, and he. 12.79 with a 4.111 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane.
And 15.0, 100 miles an hour for the Rocket lane. On my way in tonight, I'd done a little visit to Rocket.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
What did you buy?
I bought a electric
Hey guys,
brake booster.
Oh, okay.
I'm just on the burnout pad with the driver of the Lamb Speed Yaris. Mate, congratulations, that was a super pass, but that drive job, mate, that was awesome.
Mate, I tell you, it was all over the shop.
I know, we were watching it.
It was a handful. I wasn't expecting it, to be honest.
Mate, have you done any work to the car since we saw it out here last time?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we've done a head and cam package on it, and we've just changed the suspension, yeah.
Well, do you know roughly what you're pushing out of this thing at the moment in horsepower?
I think they just come back at around 860 odd horsepower, I think it was, the front wheels. Yeah, so it's I think it's the fastest and most powerful Yaris in the world still.
Wow.
Mate, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if you hear the track, would you please put a round of applause for the Lamb Speed team? What a drive job, and how lucky are we here in Sydney to have this car here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
I'll tell you what, Stu, also, what a major achievement for those guys to have the quickest in the world.
Yes, I mean, the quickest in the world from anywhere is a massive achievement.
Yes.
To be able to do that. And we're lucky enough here at Sydney Dragway to be able to call a number of cars that come here fairly regularly that hold records within their own right. Not only in Australia, but also on the world platform as well.
100%. And especially when you think that Yaris was released earlier, I think in the States and
Yes.
elsewhere.
Yes.
So those guys had a lot more opportunity to work with that car.
Yes.
And these guys have just jumped on board, done what they've done, pumping out 800 plus.
Yeah, 290 roughly horsepower per cylinder. What will be next?
More.
More.
So, Steve and Mark, we've now got the record for the fastest GR Yaris.
Yes.
We've got the record for the Pro Street Lancers, as far as I'm aware, too, the Evos. What's next? I mean, how good is
Well,
this?
don't forget the Galano Volkswagen as well. That car ran 890, I think, was one of the fastest in the world on that platform.
Mate, that is just awesome. And look, to everybody that has turned up tonight, not just the race, but for everybody that's up in the grandstand as well and around the venue, we know it is State of Origin night, guys, but we do thank you very much for your patronage tonight. And I can tell you, guys, we've got a hell of a lot more racing. Just so you're aware, guys, we don't actually have burnouts tonight, and that is due to the TGI Friday event, which is coming up. So it'll be 4 hours of non-stop drag racing. And I tell you what, boys, what a way to kick it off.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, I know who I would be talking to if I had a little Yaris. Yeah, thanks, mate.
You'd be talking to everyone. That's what you'd be doing.
If I had 800 plus horsepower out of a Yaris, I'd have plenty to talk about. Yeah. Yes, indeed. That is a wild ride, yeah. Oh, you got to love Wednesday nights, don't you? You just don't know what to expect.
No, you don't. And I think that the thing that I'm sort of coming across is the more that people talk about these cars that they build and you know, align themselves with the workshop in some instances. I love the fact that they're casually able to say almost now, oh, only 800 horse. Like, that's astonishing to be able to do that. And Ben, our production manager, tells me that he thinks that's at the wheels too. So there's probably a one in front of those numbers at the flywheel. Yeah, talking 4 figures at the flywheel.
Yeah.
Out of 3 cylinders.
And that he did say that was the 800 plus at the front wheels. Yep. Wow. Oh, okay, yep.
1079 with a 127 mile an hour for our Aeroflow lane racer, but not looking so good for the Rocket lane here.
This is the SX, is it? The Nissan SX? Which this is if it's the one I'm thinking, a blue one, it is a really, really nice car.
I didn't hear any noises or clunks on the track mics, but it's certainly not looking good.
Yeah, it is the car. That's a shame. Hopefully it's nothing major, and gets it in the pits and gets it sorted and back out again.
I know they do have a tendency to not like axles, but
yeah,
if that's all it is, then that's the
yep.
That'd be a good scenario, I guess.
Well, I didn't see anyone walking around picking parts up off the ground, so
no.
that's always a good start.
Yes, we have seen a number of cars break the whole differentials, like literally leave the diff on the start line, and there was no cleanup, so that's always a good thing as well.
100%.
The next pair of racers out on the start line, ready to go. The car in the Rocket lane away quite nicely. Sub 2 seconds to the 60-foot mark. Of course, the 60-foot timer, the timing block just past the Christmas tree at the end of the blue paint there. Runs on through for a 12.46 with an 8 at 110 mile an hour.
Fourteen free, 98 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to a 15.0, 94 miles an hour for the Rocket lane. Got the Falcon up against the Commodore.
Well, guys, I'm down in the staging lanes, and I'll tell you what, there's a bit of a buzz down here, guys. I mean, if you aren't pumped after that pass, and a lot of the other passes have been happening tonight, I don't know what's wrong with you. Even Marcus is pumped. Marcus, mate, great vibe out here. Everybody sees you, mate, and everyone's got a smile on their face, mate. You must be a good influence to our drivers.
Well, you got to come here, have a good time. Well, that's what you're here for, and we're here to give everyone a go and have fun. So, yeah.
Absolutely, mate. And I'll tell you what, mate, the track is in tip condition. We're going to see some good times.
It's in tip condition because we got it ready. Me and Paco, number one.
100%, mate. I'll back you up on that. Now, boys, just quickly, just before I throw it back up to you, I just want to say hello and a quick interview with Wally Hoster. Wally, it's great to see you back, mate. I haven't seen you for a little while. What's been happening?
just been sitting at home waiting for the next championships to come up and just come out for a bit of practice.
So, mate, what have you done anything to the bike? Have you done any changes to it?
No, it's still the same, man. It still don't go.
Well, mate, you went 9.00 with a 1 on your first pass out. You've got to be happy with that first time out for a long time.
I was happy with that, but not the 330 because it's meant to be in the 3s and it was 400 something too. No good.
Well, you've got some competition here tonight, mate.
Yeah, quite a few bikes. Boys are going good.
It's great to see the motorcycle community coming out and supporting Aeroflow Race for Real. And I'll tell you what, mate, when the warmer months come up, we got bike night happening, it's going to be sensational.
That'll be good. We missed it the whole year, and it'll be good to have it back on, and heaps of bikes turn up nowadays.
Well, mate, I noticed a lot of the guys have got Brock's Performance stickers on their bikes. What exactly is Brock's Performance?
It's a shop in America that makes parts for all kinds of motorcycles, performance parts, obviously, but, you know, exhaust, clutches, whatever you need. Lowering straps, lowering links, everything. It's a good shop.
Well, it must be a good shop, mate, because I noticed a few of the bikes here, including yours, has got Brock's Performance on the side of it, so it's great for the community.
I do have a couple of little Brock things, but the rest is all mine.
Well, Wally, it's fantastic to have you back here tonight, mate. Of course, Wally Hostover has been he's basically the Joe Sabella, I would say, Mark and Steve, of motorcycles. He's probably done the most passes down the drag strip on 2 wheels.
You're probably not too wrong there, Stu. Wally, one of our very regular races here at Sydney Dragway. Not 100% sure. Is that a furry friend there at around half track, I think?
Yeah, not sure there, mate. It's just we are holding it up for something. Do have some headlights down the bottom end of the track moving round a bit.
Just while we've got these red lights flashing, I've got Brian down here. Of course, he's one of our officials, but he's also a very seasoned racer. Brian, how have you been, mate? How's the car going?
Yeah, good. It's getting pretty consistent, so we're getting there.
What's your ultimate goal for the car, mate? What time are you trying to get to and be consistent at?
I'd love to get into the 11s, but we'll see how we go.
Well, mate, it's been a bit warmer today, so hopefully the track's got a little bit more bite in it for you.
Yeah, the track's lovely, actually. It's really good.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there, Brian. Back up to you boys upstairs.
Yeah, thanks there, Stu. And it all looks all good. We've got all lights to go.
Ford versus Holden battle on the start line. The Falcon taking on the Commodore Wagon. Quite a few panel vans and wagons here tonight, actually. 015 on the tree to an 058.
Wow.
Where do you reckon a lot of our street cars will be leaving here, Mark? I don't mean to throw you under the bus or put you under pressure here. 1193 with a 116 mile an hour.
And 14.0 at 102 miles an hour. Sorry, mate. What did
Where would you be leaving on the start line in your street car? Obviously, depends how fast it is.
Does just your average everyday street car?
Yeah.
Mate, I'd probably be looking round soon as that second yellow lit.
Yep.
Start there.
Yep, once it's on, we'll try
Yep.
that and see. So if you haven't raced before, or both Mark and I have, although it has been some time for both of us, but you know, old habits never die, they say. It's just a matter of a little bit of practice. I would suggest from my racing days, and Mark in agreement with Mark, if you leave when the middle amber, there's 3 amber lights, when the middle amber is on, so not when it's coming on or when it's going out, when it's on, if you're in a car that runs, I reckon, somewhere around the 13.5 second mark, that might see you get a really good light. If it's a bit red, just come it back a little
100%.
bit.
Yep.
Of course, in saying that, I haven't raced at all with the LED lights, so you don't have the same.
And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here tonight in the crowd, or if you're sitting at home and you're watching the live stream, don't forget, guys, we need you to vote for the all-time favourite registered car or bike tonight. We do have a $500 LDC Batteries voucher up for grabs, so get voting, guys. Make sure you go onto YouTube and go to the live feed and put your votes in so Steve and Mark can tally them up, and we'll call that around 9 o'clock. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the kangaroos, so I just had a chat to our starter, and I think they're trying to do like what Queensland does to us, and try and put a spanner in the works. But we'll just get them sorted, and then we'll be back to racing very, very soon. So we've got a beautiful looking GT Falcon down here, GT blown. This thing looks beautiful. And next to him, we've actually got the AUTS 50. Now, I had a mate of mine who had one of these. As a matter of fact, he still got it. They are very much a collector's item these days, and it's great to see this gentleman actually bring it out and give it a run tonight.
Yeah, they were super expensive, Stewie, when they first came out, the TS50 Falcons. I mean, the FPV GTs weren't that cheap either, just quietly.
Yep.
But both cars on the start line have gone through a cycle where they've I suppose reached the bottom of their market and are on their way back up.
Yeah, it definitely is. Years ago, I went with Galvo up to Newcastle. He bought one of those FPV Falcons, and it was a bit of a rare one, and it had 6,000 Ks on it.
Yeah, wow.
It was just like brand new, this thing, and had a lot of fun coming back in that thing.
You ran a couple of things in that hadn't already been running.
Just loosened it up a little bit on the expressways where you could travel at a bit more than normal speed.
Why didn't he bring it here? And a 12.16 with a 4.117 mile an hour through the finish line for the supercharged Falcon.
Two Commodores down on the line.
And a 12.83 with a 5.113 mile an hour for the Aeroflow lane on that pass.
And 13.4, 107 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
Just trying to work out what this car is, Mark. I think it's a Nissan. The wagon, Ben. Stagia.
Yep, that'll work. Up against the Commodore.
And the wagon will get there first, Mark. 77 with a 3, 113 mile an hour through the finish line.
And 14.1, 108 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, good speed for the Rocket Lane, though.
Yes.
For a 14.1.
Hey guys, I'm down here in the staging lanes, and the guys with the turboed VL, I just want to send a happy 53rd birthday out to Scotty, also known as Steve, who's watching in the viewing area as well. So Steve, happy birthday, mate, from the Pocket Rocket and all the guys down here with the VL. That's awesome. I tell you what a way to spend your birthday. I'm sure you'll get them back for that, Scotty.
Yeah, just remember, payback's always a necessary evil. I was going to use another word.
Yeah.
You know where I was going.
Well,
All right,
Mark, we got the House of LS back out tonight. It's not Halil Mustafa tonight. It's another one of their shop customer cars. It's a white VF Commodore. It's got a nice set of big radials on the rear end of it. So we saw what Halil did last week with his green VF. Let's see what they can do in the white one this week. The House of LS, which is based down at Yennora.
Well, I think I did see this car run earlier. It was a low 10-second pass, Stewie. So let's see what they can do on this pass coming up.
Yeah, the night looking very still out there. We can see the smoke just sort of lingering in the air.
Yeah.
Yet another wagon here tonight. This one,
Yes.
little Euro spec BMW. Sounding quite nice on the burnout. Let's see what he can do at the top end of the racetrack.
Hey, Mark and
Yeah, mate.
Steve.
Yes.
So this panel van that is just coming out now, it's being helped by Tricker Man Sweato.
Oh, well, that
And they're also
explains
helping
a lot
out
of
with
things.
the Blue XR as well.
Wow. 10.7, 127 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. And 11.2, 115 miles an hour for the Rocket.
Yeah, I think that wagon went quicker on the previous pass, the
Yes.
Falcon, that is. 11.7 out of the BMW, though.
Now, I've just been told that this is a 2011 spec Dodge Challenger by the owner.
Is it really? They've been making the remake since then. Wow. Better pass this time around, I think. Rocket Lane 1450, 102 mile an hour.
Interesting to see what the running gear is in that one. For a big car,
I don't
it
know,
is, but it's not super quick.
What's the supercharged one? That's the Hellcat, isn't it?
Yes.
That.
Yeah, Hellcat. Then it just goes up to the Red Eye, and
Oh, okay. There's more after that.
yeah, there is. Yeah,
Right.
they just start cranking up around the 700s,
Yeah.
800s.
Or 001 red for the Monaro on this pass. Only 700ths of a second across the finish line. 11.05, 123 for the Monaro to 10.83.
Both those guys were 1.6 in the 60, so definitely on it.
Well, boys, Ian told me down here, winding it up in the burnout, a little bit of sideways action. That's what we like to see. It's always good for the live stream. Great to see Ian back out. Of course, hi, Comp. Help him out with this car. They're quite well known through the drag racing scene, but he is taking on the Camaro that was here last week.
Well, 11.3, 103 miles an hour for the Camaro, and 13.6 at 106 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
All right, hold on to your hats, boys, because House of LS are here. And they've got one of their customer cars is the white GTS. Can this thing get down around similar times as what Halil's car did?
Whoa. EJ just absolutely leaped in the air.
Was it the tyres and the EJ that I could hear gripping on the racetrack? 977 with a 6, 143 mile an hour out of the VF GDS to a 1042 with a 2 out of the panel van in the rocket lane there.
Okay, got the Sylvia back out. Hopefully the guys have resolved that fuel issue. He's up against the XR Falcon.
There's Sylvia, a little bit of engine work done to it, boys, from Rosso Performance as well as CS Engineering. Of course, that is Chris Spicer. And I know Chris Spicer's family quite well. And Chris is excellent when it comes to his work, and it's great to see him out here. Of course, was a big part of Motive Video's time attack exploits, as everybody is probably aware if you've watched the videos on motivevideo.com on YouTube. And it's great to see the Sylvia back. But I'll tell you what, boys, this Tricker Mansueto assisted XR Falcon, it means business tonight, boys. It's great to see the car out here.
It sure does do very well, but as you would expect with those, the Tricker Mansueto name attached to it. Very well sorted cars always come out of that stable.
Yes, they do indeed. Mate, when we're setting the Tirana up on Route 16, we spoke to the guys, mate. They gave us absolutely valuable information on jetting and everything else, mate.
Yes.
Exactly what they told us we put into that car, and it just started doing numbers straight away.
Yeah. Well, it's always good if someone's willing to share some secrets or share some advice of lessons learned. It's always
absolutely
a cheaper alternative to ask a question, as long as you get given the correct guidance.
Yep.
Because I'd imagine that fuel's probably a little bit different to anything available, or a lot of things that you think are applicable or not. Is that correct?
Yes, well, back then, like, we went up 10 jet sizes straight off.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. Yep.
How much horsepower did you go up just by switching over? 144 to the 60 for the Falcon. And through the finish line, 10.01 with a 4, 134 miles an hour.
And 10.5, 141 miles an hour.
Yes.
Boys, that Sylvia is still spewing fuel out of the bottom of it. So they will have to get that car looked at when they bring it back. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Dominic Peroni down on the start line in his GTS. And in beside him, running for Kalidi Clothing Company and Shorty's Performance, one of the most famous burnout cars, or fast becoming one of the most famous burnout cars in Sydney, is Hell's Mate. That's Robert Spagnol. And of course, this supercharged combination he's got underneath the bonnet of the panel van. It's great to see him out here having a run tonight as well. Of course, TGI Friday coming up. If you love burnouts, guys, you do not want to miss it. It's going to be a fantastic day. We've got a lot of pro cars that have entered. And don't forget, guys, if you're here tonight and you want to see photos of your car, make sure you go onto Mad Car Media on Facebook. And I'm sure the girls will be able to find a shot of your car and definitely buy one off and get it blown up and put it on your wall. I mean, I reckon that's what you need, Steve. I reckon we're going to get a photo of the Esky, mate, and then we'll get it blown up. We'll put it in the studio. I reckon that'd be awesome.
We could do that. I have seen online there's a company that does like a silhouette of your car in like neon.
Okay.
Looks really cool.
Ah.
I don't know how much they are, but they look really cool. We could do that. I don't know whether the Dragway really want a photo of my car in the commentary box. But
I reckon it'll look good up there. We actually need some photos on the wall up there.
I've got a really good one on the Tirana from Cactus Pipes.
yes.
And it was crossing the line with the chute full out.
Okay. Right. He
Yeah.
takes some very good photos to
Sensational.
screen. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that reminds me, I've got to show you something on that I came across on social media during the week. Yep.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you do jump onto YouTube, jump on the live feed, put your votes in tonight for what you think is your favourite street car or bike, and that's overall. And the boys are going to do a tally. And around 9 o'clock, guys, we're going to announce the winner of tonight's $500 Odyssey batteries voucher that we've got up for grabs. I think there's a few cars out there at the moment, boys, that are probably getting a few votes, but it is still early.
Well, big chase down from the Commodore. 9.6, 145 miles an hour to a 10.8 at 130 miles an hour. Well, Joe Sabello, big burnout.
Oh, here we go, guys. We got Japanese muscle in the form of the engine in the Commodore, and we got Japanese muscle in the form of the body in the other lane. V8 versus RB. Now, of course, being a radial car, only running that car to the half track, it was a fairly soft launch, boys. I think there's a little bit more in that. They could give it a bit more of a tickle on the next pass. Now, Steve, I don't know if you've been on Facebook at all this week, but there was a post that came out that got me a little bit pumped. And it involves a gentleman by the name of Sam Sadek. Sam is coming back to race, and it looks like he's coming back to race in Pro Factory Extreme with a new car. So that's pretty exciting.
All right, back into our bike racing. Sorry, Stu, I just stepped away from the microphone for a few moments. Mark said you were asking me a question of some form. Probably can't hear me now.
No, he's getting you back. He's ignoring you.
But if I didn't hear him, did I actually ignore him?
Well, that's a really good point. Yes, yes, you did.
Yeah, wow. Okay. Know where I stand now.
12.3, 112 miles an hour to an 11.4, 131 miles an hour.
I'm just wondering, Mark, that Kawasaki is a modified bike, but it's actually got a nitrous bottle sitting on the side of it. So, judging by that run, I'd say that the nitrous is not being used tonight.
Okay.
But why would you have it on there and not use it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like taking the belt off a supercharger, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if it could have been a
This is a confidence
air change.
Yeah, it might be a air shift.
Yep.
092 in the Aeroflow lane here, Mark. Nice straight pass to 990 with a 146 miles an hour.
And 11.8, 131 miles an hour.
All right, next up we have Wally Hoster.
All right, we've got Wally Hoster taking on this little motard.
Well, 9.02 at 159 miles an hour to a 13.1 at 84 miles an hour.
I tell you what, Mark, it's consistent.
Oh, and how close is it to an 8-second pass?
Yeah, I know. He went 9.001, I think it was, on the first run. Next pair of bikes are racing towards the finish line. The Aeroflow lane will get there first. 11.77 with a 5, 119 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 13.78 at 99 in the Rocket. And the Falcon taking on the Yaguna Automotive Utility in the Aeroflow lane.
I don't even think the Ute even done a burnout, did it? Just seemed to roll through.
No, it just sort of rolled through. Might have spun the wheels, but the Falcon didn't do a big burnout either. .6 seconds to the 60 for the Falcon. Not going to catch the utility though. 11.76 with a 4, 111 mile an hour through the finish line.
11.66 for the Ute, but at 130 miles an hour. And a fairly soft takeoff too.
Yes. Just trying a few things, maybe.
They're working.
Yeah. All right, Stewie's mate in the Audi up in the rocket lane once again.
All right, Adam Heron back out in the Audi SUV, desperately trying to get those times down. And running on through with a 12.81 at 105.
Well, I tell you what, Stu, we might have a very short break and throw to some words from some of our sponsorship partners here at Sydney Dragway. Mark, I and Stu will be back with you very, very shortly. Aeroflow, Race for Real, Wednesday night.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannons on 134646.
Not slow.
Not difficult. Not just ticking boxes. Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannons on 134646.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au. Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
All right, guys, you're here. Aeroflow, a race for real. We are back. A little bit of a clean-up of the track. We run the tractor up and down just to give it that nice little finish again. So we did have a few clean-ups on either side, so we just brought it back up to spec. Okay, just holding up that one car. And in the meantime, the car over in the rocket lane, 15.1, 94 miles an hour. And 12.7, 108 miles an hour for the Aeroflow. So we've got the Falcon down in the Aeroflow lane and the VZ Commodore in the rocket lane. Falcon just leaving that a little bit too early, but just means he's trying. (15.2), 92 miles an hour, and a 16.4 at 85 miles an hour for the rocket lane. So the Golf just driving around the water, and also does the Audi. Audi down in the Aeroflow lane. Well, the Audi gets out nice, healthy, 1.75, 60 foot. On a nice pass, 11.4, 120 miles an hour to a 14.9 at 95 miles an hour. Mazda down in our Aeroflow lane. Looks to be, I think, another Golf.
Hey, Mark, I can't believe that's what I'm looking at right now. So, obviously, Tiranas is your forte. And when you see a particular Tirana turn up with Hercules competition engines sticker on the rear of it and a number plate called Savage, does that bring back any memories for you? Because this thing looks wicked. And that's wicked in capital letters. I cannot wait to see this car get out on the drag strip.
Yeah, well, definitely the Hercules sticker on the back window tells you that there's plenty of horsepower there, Stu.
Honestly, mate, I'm astounded as to how many cars and bikes we've had turn up tonight. It is sensational. Speaking about being sensational, Steve, on a good note, mate, we've actually got a Mazda out here tonight racing, which is always good. We've got the Mazda 6 MPS.
Yeah, it's always good to see our Mazda friends. I know you're a bit of a fiend for the rotary style motor though, Stu, but I think you're pretty keen on anything with the Mazda badge on it. That said, I'm yet to see the Pocket Rockets machine run down the quarter mile. Have you seen it, Mark?
No, I haven't seen the number 2 run down yet. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a couple of Golfs down here tonight too, boys. They've got the Galano sticker written on them. So it's great to see those guys being represented by some of their customers tonight as well. Now, I've got this P-plater coming out now with Fake 45, the little Mercedes. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not. The fact of the matter is he's driving a Mercedes, and secondly, he's coming out and doing it the right way and doing it safely. We've got the first timer down here in the little Renault. It's 2 weeks in a row we've had Renaults out here. I must have twigged them last week, boys, with that couple of those little French beret comments.
That's exactly what it was, Stu, I'm sure.
They're probably doing it for a reason. They're like, oh, Stu's going to be back this week. Yeah, we're going to give it to him. We're going to show him how quick these things actually are. Hey, bring it on, guys. If you've got a Renault and it's quick, bring it out here to Aeroflow Race for Real. I promise I won't do any French jokes.
Well, Stu, I like the VW Golf sitting down in the burnout box with 10-second number plates.
Yeah, we've seen this car here a few times before. You're 100% right, Mark. And I'll tell you what, anyone that puts a number plate saying 10 seconds or 9 seconds, whatever, I'll tell you what, you want to be able to back it up. And this has got a little bit of help from Mint Paint Protection. Of course, Carbon Auto House, Galano Engineering, Carbonetics, just to name a few. It's got some pretty serious rubber on it, Mark. I suspect this car isn't just used for drag racing. I suspect they probably use it for a little bit of track work as well. But he's taking on the BMW. Being shared by two drivers this evening, but I think the BMW might have a little bit of a race on his hands here up against the Golf.
Tell you what, the BMW has a very unique sound to it, doesn't it?
BMW quick into the 60 foot, but the Golf's not letting him get away with it. Who will it be at the finish line? The BMW by 4 tenths. 10.87 with an 126 mile an hour.
And 11.8, 116 miles an hour for the Golf, which is not a bad pass at all.
No, certainly not. There was a fair bit in the reaction time there. The Golf got away a lot quicker off the start line.
Well, I can see phone cameras up in the spectator area. We've got a BMW about to come out now, and he's taking on a little Honda Integra Type R. This BMW down here, boys, looks like it's might have a couple of parts on it from GFB, Go Fast Bits. We know how quick these little Hondas can go once they wind up. Just struggling for a little bit of traction off the start line. And the BMW out with a .431 reaction time. And a beautiful 13.43. Here we go, Mark. Savage.
Sounding very nice, that Tirana in the burnout there, Mark.
Yeah, it did indeed, Steve, that Hercules motor in there. So on the LX Tirana sedan.
So this will have the round headlights.
Yes.
As opposed to the square ones of
Yep.
the LH.
Yep. You're all over this now.
Well, I don't know about that, but I remembered what you said.
So Tirana goes out at a 1.6 in the 60 and just keeps opening up. 10.8, 125 miles an hour to a 12.4, 111 miles an hour. So
Yeah,
one tough Tirana.
That was a good pass there, Mark. It was wandering around a little bit down the deep end, but look, to go sub 11 seconds, that's stout from an NA motor. Oh, we've got a first timer down here in the little Holden Astra. Out here giving it a go. And of course, guys, there's no need to be embarrassed if you're a first timer. Everyone starts somewhere, and you can see our start line crew just helping him out with the staging. So if you're in the crowd or you're watching via YouTube and you're thinking, man, I'd like to give it a go, but my car's not quick, and yeah, don't worry about it. Keep your inhibitions at home. Just come out, give it a go. And I'll tell you, once, as Mark and Steve will tell you, once you've done it once, you want to keep coming back.
Yeah, 100%. And you're dead right there, Stu. You don't have to come out and run a low second pass. You just have to come out and have a lot of fun. That's what it's all about. .14.7, 95 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane, and 15.4, 93 miles an hour. .11.9, 119 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to a 12.3, 101 miles an hour. Nice. Strong burnout from the Skyline and the Lexus right beside him. .11.7, 125 miles an hour to a 13.0, 109 miles an hour. Well, the Commodore Sports Wagon down in the Aeroflow lane up against the sedan.
Yeah, Brian Addising doing his best to burn down his tyres.
The right music to go with it then.
That was a very sad dad joke, wasn't it? And I'm not even a dad. Yeah, thanks, Ben. It's more about the age, he says.
Yeah.
I heard another good one the other day, but I'll keep it to myself. 12.34 with a 0.111 mile an hour. Brian Addising in the rocket lane there.
And 13.9 for the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, it's not quite PG rated, I'll put it that way. It was... yes, off air. smoke is slowly and surely getting a little bit thicker by the burnout.
So I'm just down here in the staging lanes, and of course, look, I know that I said the Challenger is the best looking car out of the big muscle cars. I mean, let's face it. But I'm standing next to this Camaro down here, boys, and you can really see the difference. I mean, obviously the Challenger actually sits a lot higher. It's got a much higher roofline. The Camaro is a lot more sleeker than what it is, and this thing's got a pretty massively big set of ET Street tyres on the rear end of it, and I can tell you, boys, they are a 275 radial that he's got on the back of that. So certainly not short of grip. It's interesting when you look at that too, boys, and then you look at the guys from House of LS with the GTS Commodores. Not a huge amount of difference if you, fundamentally between the engine in the Camaro and what is in the VF. But hey guys, House of LS. Hey, listen, you boys last week, right? You guys did a great job with Halil's car. You're doing a great job again this week with this car. The big difference, though, between, say, the VF Commodore and the Camaro is a huge amount of difference in the way the engines are.
Yeah, that one's got an LT4 in it, and this the one's got an LSA. They're the difference. Yeah, direct injection. The LT4's got a direct injection.
But the question is, does it make it any better than what is in the VF?
The LT4 is a better engine. Yeah, better engine.
Okay, well there you go. I learned something tonight, boys. I actually thought they'd be very, very similar on paper.
No, different engine altogether.
Ah, there we go, boys. So I learned something tonight. Thank you, guys. Thank you. House of LS, the Legends down at Yonora. And we'll have their 9-second VF out very soon. But I'll tell you what, boys, I'm still leaning towards the Challenger. As nice as the Camaro is, I am still leaning towards the Challenger.
Do you like it because it's orange?
He wouldn't do that to you, mate.
All right, our BMW in the rocket lane. Back once again, taking on the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. The BMW did pretty good mile an hour on the last pass.
Yep.
168 to the 60. Gets to the 8th mile in 7 seconds, 100 mile an hour. And an 11.01 with a 4. 124 miles an hour through the finish line.
And
well, boys,
13.00.
Just down here in the staging lanes. And Mark, I've got Con standing next to me, the driver of Savage, that beautiful looking orange Tirana. Con, that looked like a really good pass, mate. 10.87. Were you happy with the way it went?
Yeah, I was really happy, to be honest with you. First time out, the car's first time hit the track. It done what we wanted to do at the beginning. There's got a bit more in it. First time driver on the Eastern Creek here. Had a wonderful night, and yeah, we've got a bit more in it to go.
Now, Con, we noticed that you've got the Hercules Racing sticker on the rear end of it. What is actually underneath the bonnet of your Tirana?
Underneath the bonnet's Hercules 355 engine with a Trimatic built by Dave's Mechanical Repairs, and a 9-inch with 3 nines in it, 389s to be honest with you. And a $4,000 converter.
Unreal, mate. Now, you're running slicks on the rear end of this car?
Yes, we are. We're running 28, 8.5 by 15s.
Well, mate, I'll tell you, it's an absolute credit to you and all your group of friends as well for what you did in Savage tonight, and I look forward to seeing more progression further down the track.
Thank you very much, and to be honest with you, it was a dream come true for me tonight. As a kid, I've always wanted to own a Tirana. I wanted to be built by Hercules, and the man himself needs a scene to be here, and it's just made my night, made my day, everything. I'm on top of the world. This is my dream come true.
Well, Con, it's an absolute credit to you, mate. We really look forward to seeing you back here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Absolutely, we will. Thank you.
All right, back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Stu. Isn't that fantastic that one of our racers down there realising a dream here? Of course, there's a lot of time, energy and money gets put into all these cars, not only by people like Con that have gone, done a whole heap of stuff with different workshops and basically fully rebuilt a car to their own taste. Of course, there's also people that maybe buy something a little bit more late model, I suppose, and then just muck around with tuning and swapping bits and pieces. It's a completely different approach, where Con in Savage has gone the long road, I guess, in investing several years in building the car and rather than buying it from a dealer or whatever the chosen path. But I guess that's the beauty of drag racing, isn't it, Mark? It's how you get from point A to point B and how you choose to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, he chose the right people to work on the car. Like Ned Sassine knows his stuff.
Yes.
Absolutely. Like you see a Hercules sticker on the back of a car, you know it's got the gear. So, which it did first time out. Like run a 10-second pass, and he said there's still more in it.
Yes.
So, great stuff.
Excuse me, Mark and Steve.
Yes, Stu.
We've got a little blast from the past down here.
Yes.
Now, this is just like blown my mind because even though I haven't been around drag racing for as long as you and Mark have, but I'll tell you what, you'll never believe who I have standing next to me down here, Mark.
Do we have a hint?
Yes, I've got the legend himself, Joe Catelli. Joe, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real.
How you going, boys?
Mate, I'll tell you, mate, I'm speechless. Like, I've heard your name.
So am I. I'm speechless too.
No, I literally...
haven't been here for years.
I know. Mate, we haven't seen you for a very, very long time. What have you been up to?
Just life. Growing old,
You still get the itch to come out and race?
Oh, yeah, of course. After tonight, yeah, getting the itch. I've always had the itch.
Well, mate, seeing your friend Con do what he did in the Tirana on that last pass, Joe, mate, you're an absolute legend of Australian drag racing and motorsport in general in this country. I mean, to meet you face to face, I'm starstruck.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I love the sport, always have, but yeah, proud of Con, our good mate here, and yeah, just a bit of nostalgic racing, where we all started, It's good to, remember where we all started, so it's good to come out here and support my mate.
Well, mate, it's fantastic to have you here, and mate, I hopefully will see you back on the drag strip again soon.
Too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joe. Back to you guys upstairs.
Well done, Stu. Of course, Joe Catelli, one of the OGs in the pro street drag racing world.
100%.
You'd be pleased to know that someone posted a photo of his car only a few weeks ago. I saw it comes up on my Facebook.
Yep.
There's someone doing like nostalgic photos of all like the Wild Bunch cars and that sort of thing, and I'm pretty sure it was on that page that Joe came up. Of course, he used to run across the road. The old Eastern Creek track, and was from memory one of the first. I think he went into the sevens. I'm pretty sure with that blown Tirana.
Yep.
So as I say, one of the OGs of pro street racing here in Australia, definitely. And I'm sure the inspiration for a lot of the little Tiranas that we see running around nowadays.
100%, yes.
Joe Sorbello leaving the start line on yet another pass in the Datsun. 9.18 with a 5, 148 mile an hour through the finish line this time around.
Boys, XR Falcon back out again. This thing is just absolutely minting it.
It sure is, Mark. It looks absolutely splendid under the lights here at Sydney Dragway in that metallic blue.
And it's not all looks, it performs.
No, definitely. Just lifting the both front wheels off the start line there, off the ground. And a 10.02 with a 134 mile an hour through the finish line. That car ever so consistent as well, just quietly.
Oh, VL getting a little bit out of shape.
Yes, the VL. I think the driving a little bit more confident in the burnout area of his run here at the moment.
And VF Commodore right beside him. Oh! Okay, it just blew something out from under the car.
It was definitely metallic. We could hear it on the track mics going ting, ting, ting across the racetrack. It's up against the wall in the aeroflow lane there.
So definitely done the right thing. Got way over to the side of the track. But yeah, whatever come out, it come out with a bit of force. It just seen bits and pieces coming off in sparks, and then it just made its own way up the track.
Yeah, it's one way to get your attention. I was listening to the track block. I could hear the supercharger of the Commodore running down the racetrack, and then the spooling VL, and then the VL launched, and the next thing you hear the ting ting ting. So, yeah.
Okay, we're just having a good look around the track at the moment.
Because that car would have a tail shaft loop, you know, for sure.
For sure, absolutely, yes. It's got the chute and everything else, so it'd be a teched car, you would think. Being teched, it would have to have a loop. They are throwing a lot of debris off the track.
I'm wondering if it's needle rollers or something else. Be the easiest of things to spot down there, I'm sure, but old eagle eyes down there will get them.
I don't know, can we zoom in down that far?
No.
Not a real lot, just only a little bit, like vision.
Shoelaces, Ben, shoelaces, that's what he wants to see. You can see the marks on the track where it's
wow.
where it hit the ground and then continued to hit the ground.
Yeah, it did indeed. So you can see up on the big screen.
I didn't see it go back across.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah, come off the wall and then just shot straight across. I'll go to the big screen some ads, mate. Yeah. All right, just while we're having this bit of a clean up down here, we might just go up to the big screen and some of our sponsors. We'll be back with you very, very shortly here. Aeroflow, race for real.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannons on 134646.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
It's awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back to Sydney Dragway and Aeroflow Race for Real. Into our motorcycle competitors once again for yet another round. 2:01 the reaction time for the Rocket Lane, the better of the two, but the performance advantage in this run goes to the Aeroflow Lane with a 10:09 at 149 miles an hour to a 12:73 at 104 for our rider in the Rocket Lane. Too much in the reaction time on this pass, but the Rocket Lane definitely with the performance advantage here, and we'll run on through first for an 11:26 at 131 mile an hour to a 13:2 at 100 in the Aeroflow Lane. Next pair of bikes charging to the finish line, and the Aeroflow Lane will get there. 12:75 with a 9 and a 12:80 in the Rocket Lane. Looks like a very still night out there at Sydney Dragway. The flags, Aeroflow flags, not even flustering here, of course. Next pair of riders getting the green light, and the Aeroflow lane away first. And I dare say will stay that way. 105 mile an hour at half track. And a 10.95 with a 128 mile an hour through the finish line in the Aeroflow lane. To a 12.66 at 112 in the Rocket. Wally Hoster back for another pass on his Suzuki GSXR. Of course, the 1000cc is running for BC Performance. Can he get into the 8-second zone? He's run a string of 9 O's here tonight. Taking on the racer in the Rocket lane. 156 to the 60 for Wally. And 9.01 with a 7, 159. I tell you what, when he starts racing in a couple of weeks for the next round of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway, Wally will definitely be a threat. Certainly if he runs anything like he is tonight in terms of his consistency. Ladies and gentlemen, it just looks like our track crew are doing something with the finish line, although the quad is just turning around. And will probably looks to be heading back to its post. I was going to throw to some more ads from some of our sponsors, but I might just hang on. Looks like we're about to go back into racing with our cars once again. And we've got the Uguna Automotive utility down there in the Aeroflow lane. Now this thing ran 145 mile an hour, I think it was, on the last pass. I think if we could get the front end of the racetrack a little more aggressive, we'd see a lot more representative ET. Is certainly the speed there is there for the car. All right, the Ute away with a 2.27.60, almost identical to the car in the Rocket lane. And the Ute runs on through for an 11.64 at 136 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.73 at 1:14 in the Rocket. Our next pair rolling up to the start line. And the Aeroflow lane with a much better reaction time. Pretty similar in time to the 60-foot. The Aeroflow lane holds on to the win at 12.18 with a 5, 113 mile an hour to an 11.85 at 1:16. So the Rocket lane a lot quicker there in ET, but the reaction time telling the difference across the finish line. All right, our early Honda Civic on the start line in the Rocket lane. Taking on Stewie's mate in the Audi. Two 5 to the 60 for the Civic. Grabbing a gear right on the finish line, 13.28 with a 5, 108 mile an hour. I tell you what, that was actually pretty close. The Civic got there by around 0.3 of a second.
Well, boys, just been having a really good conversation with Chris Spicer. That was actually Chris driving that S13 Sylvia tonight. Chris, I know his family quite well, and it's great to see Chris here tonight as well. CS Engineering. Dominic Peroni coming back into the lanes in his GTS. That is a really well sorted out car, that one. Consistently runs into the high 9s. But I'll tell you what, mate, great vibe down here tonight, guys. I'm really impressed with the calibre of cars that we've had tonight. And everyone's pretty relaxed. But the bonnet is up on a Savage, Con's car. Somebody's looking underneath the car, so hopefully there is nothing wrong with it.
Oh, it's always a good thing to just check things out, Stu. You know, it's not a 25-second daily driver. So all part of maintenance, just to run your eyes over everything. And of course, I'm sure the engine bay just as clean as it is on top, on the outside for that Tirana.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Bushy, I gave you a little bit of a bum steer on the Tirana.
Oh.
It's an LH. It's got the square headlights in it. Oh. So you can actually see.
I should have been able to correct you, shouldn't I?
You should have been, yeah. I had a bit of a look under the bottoms of walk past.
Yes.
And not all, well, I shouldn't say not a lot of technology, but, you know, like, it's all carburetted, looks like a VN headed.
Yes.
355.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's got the right gear on there.
Yes.
With Ned Sassine's little tickles in there, it's definitely making it perform well.
Yes, a very popular engine choice.
Yeah, it
is.
is.
Back in the day.
Yeah,
you know, we're now most people want to go to a LS or something along those lines.
Yeah, we get big cubes out of it, and easy horsepower. The early, like the 308s, 355s, you make a lot of horsepower out of those out of the top end.
Yes.
The bottom end, you just make them secure.
Yeah.
to keep all the
keep it all keep it all internal and rotating.
Yeah, so you definitely don't want something jumping out. But yeah, that's where you make a lot of your horsepower out of them.
It just goes to show how many of these factory cars are running out here that are so restricted, and there are a number of these workshops that are around are able to extract incredible amounts of horsepower out of effectively factory-built mechanicals, not only engine, but it might be a transmission or induction, you know, and often just finding the limitations on some bolt-on stuff is pretty crazy, really, when you think what can actually be achieved.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I know when my current motor, the guy was building that, he sent the heads down to Pavtec down in Victoria.
Oh, there's another name I haven't heard for a long time. Theo Pavlimarcus or something, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yes.
So those guys apparently are just the whizzes with the VN heads.
Yes.
And just like their CNC and all that stuff that they're doing on the heads.
Yes.
It's just unbelievable. Like they weren't massive heads, but they float out to 680.
Yeah, wow. Well, I think that's the beauty of having using technology to port everything, and you know that they're all going to flow the same because it's the same program going into each port.
Yep.
It's not someone, and I know the old school way is the die grinder and with the tips of your fingers and think, oh yeah, I think that's the same.
Yep.
Technically, there'd be no way that any 8 of those cylinders would be exactly the same.
No.
Whereas at least with the CNC program, I dare say you're a lot closer.
100%, yeah.
Plus, it's faster and a lot more efficient too because you can have it done overnight and you're not paying OT and all the other stuff.
Yes, yep. I did watch a special the other night on some of the guys down in Victoria built a motor. It was a 355, but so much aftermarket and like a really big dollar motor. They've spent 40 hours porting the heads.
Yeah, wow. That's a whole week.
Yes, yep. That was what they were saying, like there's so much horsepower to be able to be found in the top end of those Holden motors.
Yeah, well, that's 5 hours of port.
Yep.
All right, solo run for the Aeroflow lane here. I think that's our fake 45 friend, if my failing eyesight tells me.
Hey boys, I'm down here in the staging lanes, and mate, I had to stop. Now, I appreciate a good-looking vehicle when I see it, but there's a bike down here in the bike lane. It's a Ducati Panigale. At first, I actually thought it was a legit superbike. That's why I had to stop. I'm like, man, this thing looks like it's come straight from Italy. And I've got the gentleman here. What's your name there, buddy?
Tim.
Tim, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real, mate. My name's Stewie. Mate, tell me a little bit about your Duke.
Basically, it's a childhood dream sort of thing. Bloody wanted one ever since I was sort of little, and then growing up, getting married, having a family, sort of it got put on hold. I worked in the mines 5 years, bloody come home, Mrs. decided to pull the pin on the relationship. I said, I'm going to the bike shop. So I did. I went to the bike shop and got the bike. So it was just, that's it. It was that one, that was it, nothing else. And then, then I watched it got built in Italy. I got it. They time lapsed it for me from the very first bolt on the block. It got sent out here, and then I got to unbox it, sort of thing. So it's been pretty special, Yeah.
Mate, it is a sensational looking bike, and mate, you've got the leathers to match, which is very more impressive as well. Because obviously you've got all the decals all over the Panigale. And tell me, mate. Do you ride the bike every week?
It's only on special occasions, sort of thing, because it is rare. So I've got a Monster 696 that I sort of run around at home. Yeah, so this is like special occasions. But it's just been flash tuned and all that. So sort of sitting about 237. So we'll see.
237. That's stout.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. I think about 374, something like that.
So, mate. What brought you out here to Aeroflow Race for Real tonight? Just to give the bike a hit and just see what it's about?
No, well, I've been riding crazy years there, so I've got a good idea of the bike, and plus I've only just rebuilt it. I tore it down to nothing, so I sort of I put it back together myself, so I know it's there, sort of thing. Sort of just traction controls off. I've turned all the computer off, bloody set it to race mode. I got the wheelie control set for about 3 because it'll stand up. If I can give a shit, eh?
Well, Tim, it's a pleasure to have you here for Aeroflow Race for Real, mate. And once again, mate, this Panigale looks sensational.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Back to you boys upstairs.
Thank you very much, Stu. I didn't realise that the Ducati did that with the motorcycles too, Mark. They time lapse. I knew that like Bugattis and stuff like that. When you order them, you can pretty much order tick every box or request how everything is actually finished off and what options you want with it. But I didn't realise that Ducati would do something along those lines. But that's certainly pretty cool.
Yeah, I suppose when they're high-end bikes, depends on how much money you want to spend to how much bike you get.
Yeah, definitely. While Stu was just talking, that little black Corolla went 135 mile an hour, I think it was.
Wow.
All right, our pair of Golfs are back on the start line once again. The Mark 6 in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on the Mark 7.
Well, I'll tell you what, boys, it's a bit of a feel-good story when you hear about somebody that's bought a bike, seen it being built, bring it back here, strip it back down, rebuild it. It's got some custom parts on it, and it's an absolute credit to Tim and the family for what they've done with that bike. Now, I've got Ross down here as well, our #1 spectator. We've got the three amigos down here. We've got Ross, we've got Joe, and of course, one of the legends of the scene. He's kind of sits in the background, but I'll tell you what, when it comes to this place, you always see him around. He's great guidance, big little, and I mean big little but he's a giant. Now, Joe, you've got that look on your face, and if Mark Thomas was down here, I would hand him the mic to do the interview. Unfortunately, Mark's upstairs, but you don't look too impressed.
Well, when you can't get down the track, why would I be impressed?
Well, you're out here having a run. I mean, it's better than sitting at home on the couch watching the rugby league, isn't it?
Well, one, I don't watch rugby league for a start. But two, well, I mean, it's not very cold tonight, so that's a plus. No, I thought the track would be a lot better than it is. I'm a bit disappointed. Two runs down the left, and I just can't get down the track. I've done a half-decent run on the ride, so I'm doing one more run and then I'm going home and eat some pasta.
Very nice. Now, Ross, it's always great to see you here, mate. Of course, one of our #1 spectators. Mate, are you surprised by the turnout tonight?
Yeah, it's not big as like last week, but there is a fair amount of cars here tonight, yeah. And, it's always a privilege to come out here and watch it all the time. It wouldn't matter if it was 2 cars here. I'll still come out and watch it.
I know you will. Now, mate, you told me some good news earlier. You're getting the engine rebuilt in your Commodore, so hopefully it won't be too long. We'll see you back racing.
I hope so, mate, and I've got to decide that, but it's got to be done to it, and a guy's going to do it for me. He's going to strengthen the bottom end up a little bit and fix up the cam with it. Well, I'm running it at the moment. I've got to put another cam, of course, but put a better setup in it. It's got a thing called a spider setup. I want to get rid of all that and put a tie bar setup. So it's going to strengthen and make it more better. But I've just got to decide what I'll do. I'll run it in and I might bring it out here and see how I go,
Well, mate, that's what it's all about. Bring it out and just come out and have some fun.
Well, that's the way you got to look at it, and that's right. And I got a top blow here. He advises me on different things as well. The trouble is when you do a motor, you don't know which way to go. People say this and say that, and you appreciate it, but you don't know which way to go, what's going to go with it, and this type of thing. So it was a hard decision to make, but I that's what I had to do, And but I've had people, of course, saying to me, "Oh, get rid of your car. Why don't you put an LS in it and all this type of thing?" And even one bloke said to me, "So once you buy electric," I said, "I walked away." So thank you.
I don't blame you, mate. Well, boys, it's great vibe down here in the staging lanes. We'll send it back up in the studio with Mark.
Thank you very much, Stu. Always interesting to see what's happening down on the ground here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, Stu walking around in the staging lanes. If you see him down there and you want to give a shout out to someone or a workshop or tell us all about your car, just get his attention. He'll gladly come over and have a chat. Our next pair of cars rolling up to the start line, neither wanting to complete a burnout here. The Aeroflow lane a little bit quick to the 60 foot there. And I dare say you're going to hang on to that margin. Oh, they're locked together at 1,000 feet. And the rocket lane comes on around 1375 with a 6, 102 mile an hour to a 14.1. All right, 12.39 with an 8, 111 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane to a 16.11 there in the rocket.
9.8, 145 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
10.28 with a 9 there for the Holden panel van. Nice light too, 0.21 on the tree.
Yep. We've got the Falcon down in the Rocket Lane. This thing leaves the line, dangling those front wheels.
152 to the 60. 100 mile an hour and half track, and a 10.58 with a 6. At 127 mile an hour through the finish line.
Well, Joseph L.A. putting plenty of heat in those tyres.
Yeah,
he's going to get traction any way you
yeah,
can.
Stu got him all angry. That's what he's done.
Yeah.
No, we're not just interviewed him. He said this lane is, for him, he felt it was slightly better than the other one. So he said he's only going to do one more pass and he's going to go home and eat some pasta.
He wants to go home, put his dressing gown and slippies on, and probably watch Days of Our Lives on TV.
Yeah, not watch the football by the sound of it. Anything but the football. 0.39 on the tree. Gets to the 8th in 6 seconds. 121 mile an hour through the finish line, and through the finish line, a 9.32 with a 9 at 146.
Well, guys, we've got just under half an hour left before we're giving away this $500 voucher courtesy of Odyssey Batteries to the overall best performing and best looking vehicle here this evening. We've had a quick little powwow, but guys, get your votes in. Go on to YouTube, go on to our official Sydney Dragway page and put your votes in the comments. I see there's our regulars are having a great conversation about toasters and a few
It's
other
been
bits
a bit
and pieces.
random tonight, Stu, the conversations, if I must say.
No, I was going to say, guys,
No, it's just...
as long as you're having a good time, guys, that's what matters.
I haven't seen Barras mentioned though, Stu.
You have?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, wow. Okay. That's a surprise. We normally get a Barra comment, although we haven't got a Barra here tonight, which is a bit surprising. Looks like Con is just pulling out of the lane in the Tirana, so maybe a little bit of an issue there. Did float around a little bit, but it's great to see him out here and doing what he does best and having a little bit of fun with his mates.
Of course, our start line officials just tidying up something in the Rocket Lane there.
All right, so we've got a vote so far. We've got a couple of cars that have come through, guys. We've got VK5 Few says go the Falcon. Halil Mustafa, g'day Halil. Wish you were here racing tonight, mate. He's picked the Camaro as the overall best looking and best performing. Oh, okay. Thanks, Psyop. Apparently there's no Barra calls because Gus Man isn't here. He was here earlier. Slack. That's what I call it, slack.
All right, guys, I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. If you don't want to know the football score, put your fingers in your ears, because at the moment, 22-0 to New South Wales.
Yeah, wow, you didn't give the people much time to put their fingers in their ears.
Awesome! Actually, as a matter of fact, where's Ish? Ish is our security guard. He's a passionate Queensland supporter. And, their hands are on his head. Ish, mate, what's going on? What's going on with your team, mate? It's not like Queensland.
No comment.
No comment from the super coach. Queenslander! Now, just a word of warning, ladies and gentlemen, I may not be out of Sydney Dragway alive tonight after doing that to Ish.
He probably knows some people who know some people too.
Well, look, to be fair, last game he
Maybe.
gave it to me, so I gave it to him back.
Okay, that's fair. Tip
It's
for tat.
fine. But no, it's good. Actually, there was a bit of a suggestion, actually. You know what we need to get back here at Sydney Dragway, boys? I reckon we're going to get a State of Origin drag racing event on again. New South Wales versus Queensland.
Well, I wonder what have happened to the, Mark would remember the old cockroach and cane toad costumes that used to run
yes, we
around
did.
across the road.
Yeah, they'll be in a cupboard somewhere or collecting dust, I'd say.
I'd say yes, probably right.
Okay, boys, we've got another vote come through from Clevo351. He's saying the Monte Carlo.
Oh, yes.
Victor Sologiannis' car. The big Monte Carlo. So it's in the running.
Someone's even voted for you, Stu.
What? No one voted. Who? Voted who? Ah, yeah. Thanks, Adam. Cheers, mate. you just concentrate
12.5,
on... good times.
104 miles an hour. To a 13.0, 101 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's sitting in his car watching the live stream. And when he comes out and race, puts a helmet on Mark and comes out and has a crack. He's driving the white Audi SUV.
11.52 with a 9, 126 miles an hour. Gets there by a second over the Rocket Lane with a 12.44 at 131. So big speed out of the
miles an hour,
out of the Rocket Lane there. Definitely sent it at the top end of the racetrack. And of course, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this Friday coming up at Sydney Dragway on the burnout pad, we have, thank God, it's a Friday. If you're into your burnouts and anything smoky, Sydney Dragway is the place to be. Of course, being here live is the best way to get the full experience, but you can also view it via our live stream.
Well, talking about the live stream, decider is actually Adam Heron, who's actually coming out to race now in his Audi. Obviously, he's got the mobile there, and then puts it down on the seat before he starts driving for obvious reasons. But not going too bad in the Audi. It's consistent. He'd probably like it to be a touch quicker, boys, but it's the nature of the beast, drag racing. Some days it's quicker.
Everybody always wants their car to be quicker.
Yes, they do. Yep.
He could run 2 seconds and he'd want to be quicker, Stu. Away, not too badly this time around. 187 to the 60. 83 mile an hour at half track, and through the finish line at 12.79 with an 105 mile an hour.
Yeah, I know, Adam, you're watching the live stream on your phone, mate. Not a bad pass there out of the Audi. And, mate, hopefully in the future, mate, we can see your Audi group come out here and have a run, your car group. And, of course, if you are in the car group, guys, you can come out and race. You can book a lane and race each other.
Well, Honda down in the Aeroflow lane, having a bit of fun in the burnout. The Lancer just round the water and straight in on stage.
Yeah, no messing about from the Lancer.
Ooh, Lancer moving around a little bit.
And through the finish line first with an 11.64, 119 mile an hour.
And 14.4 at 107 miles an hour for the Honda.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Honda giving away so much there on the shorts,
Yes.
on the front end of the racetrack, just with the wheel spin. Of course, all the weight transfers away from the drive axle and allows those wheels to spin. But usually the Honda motor, no shortage of making horsepower.
No.
We often see times with those cars, you know, quite, I'll use the word slow for like 180 mile an hour when you start talking a pretty serious
Yes.
front-wheel drive application, like definitely not a street car, but you know, there was a guy running out here in a black, I think it was a CRV at one point. And yeah, was running like, I think, I'll say like an 8.0, but it was like 100.
Wow.
It was like 180 something mile an hour.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we've had street Hondas out here that have been in the low 11s, high 10s, but 140 miles an hour.
Yep.
Yeah, one young lady that comes out,
Yeah, Miss R.
Yep.
Yeah.
Has a new setup in her car, and yeah, just come to terms with it because it seems to be putting out plenty of horsepower.
Yeah, it's almost a new beast for her. Adam just typed through as you were coming up the return road. Don't text and drive, Adam. I know you can hear me because you've got it on in the car.
He's probably got it playing on the screen.
11.3 seconds is his best pass tonight. No, it's great to see him out here, and it's great to see some of the people that do watch the stream that, they're like, you know what, I'm going to come out and race. And they watch the stream at the same time, and they can watch replays and see how their run went.
Of course,
a lot of people analyse it.
Of course, Panel Van Man would go for the XP in the Odyssey battery giveaway. That's all right, PVB. It's all good.
Of course,
PVM.
Of course. Well, a list of the votes are coming in, guys, but we've got under 15 minutes until this competition closes. It finishes at 9, so we'll announce the winners around 9 o'clock. But there's at least 3 or 4 cars that are in the mix at the moment to win the $500 voucher courtesy of Odyssey Batteries, and huge big thank you to Odyssey Batteries. Of course, a few of the race cars are in modified. They run the Odyssey batteries just to crank the engines over. I've seen a few of them in some of the modified cars, race cars that our Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series that we run. But we must also thank some of our other sponsors here as well. Of course, Atlantic Oils. They've been a big part of Sydney Dragway for a very, very long time. One of our newer sponsors, Nitto Performance Engineering. Great to have those guys on board. Of course, Platinum Racing Products, or PRP for short. Now, the Hustling Hedgehog, otherwise known as Gareth, he said, the NOS bottle is just air for the shifter. Oh, there we go.
Actually,
Okay.
Mark Thomas said that. Here we go.
I didn't think it. Well, you were running NOS there, Gareth, but mate, nevertheless, mate, still running some respectable times. I mean, that ZX14 is not a light bike. It is a very, very heavy bike. So, to do what you're doing on it, mate, is incredible. And we look forward to seeing more of you racing as well, Gareth, here at Sydney Dragway, as we got the Evo taking on the Renault.
Yeah, the Evo a little bit quicker to the 60-foot, courtesy of that all-wheel drive. I dare say making a little bit more horsepower on the brakes early. Still runs a 13.2 at 100 mile an hour neat across the finish line, to a 14.5 at 98 mile an hour for the Renault in the Rocket Land there.
Well, Gareth, it doesn't matter if you're a rookie in the championship, mate. You're out there and you're having a go, mate, and you're very much now a part of the drag racing family. And what better way to get used to your vehicle than bring it out here on a Wednesday night to Aeroflow Race for Real? And just so you know, Gareth, all three of us up here, maybe bar Ben, but I don't think Mark, Steve or myself would probably throw a leg over a motorcycle and race.
I can definitely say no. Say what you want, Ben. I don't care. It's not. It's not happening.
It's like having the old track cat up here.
Yeah, I didn't know you turned to a cat, Ben.
Yeah, one car that it's been I've had my eye on tonight, boys. There's this little car that is down here in the burnout box in the Aeroflow lane. Now, I haven't had a chance to actually get down and have a chat with the driver, but it does have a set of skinny tyres on it. It has got the bigger rears on it, and it is turboed by the sound of it as well. So, running some good numbers in the thing.
Trying to pick what sort of motor is in it. You the burnout there, it sounded...
Be interesting to see how it competes with the Golf, which I think it's out-competed the Golf.
Yeah, yeah. The
Yes.
Golf, not a full power run there, of course, but 11.70, 135 mile an hour there for the Corolla.
A
So
little 330 there. Not a real lot between them.
no, it all come on at the top end of the racetrack for the Corolla there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so a speed like that should be probably a 10.2 or a 10.3 maybe, something like that.
Around that, yep.
Funty, it's good to hear that you'll be out here on Friday for TGI Friday. As I mentioned, guys, we've got some big pro cars that have entered for, thank God it's Friday, burnout event on Friday. It's going to be huge. So you want to come out for that one if you're into burnouts. But fantastic roll-up of cars and bikes tonight for Aeroflow Race for Real. And I'll tell you what, there's some tough cars. Also a tough decision for us commentators as well, because we've had some really good votes that have come in via the live stream. And forget, guys, you can still vote. We're closing the voting at 9 o'clock. And then probably around 3 or 5 past 9, we'll make the decision. And which racer will be walking away tonight with the $500 voucher from Odyssey Batteries. But most of all, we must thank our major sponsor tonight for Race for Real. Of course, Aeroflow Performance for all your performance needs. Mark was down there today. How's your credit card, Mark?
It was good when I walked in. But I walked out with some really quality parts.
Yeah, it's all good. It's only when the Minister for War and Finance sees it and reads the statement.
Yeah, no. No, they're hidden.
Oh, okay. You've got one of those secret stashes, have you?
Yeah.
All right, the Golf in the Aeroflow lane away first. A lot of wheel spin for the Type R in the Rocket lane. And a 13.5 at 99.99. I'm going to give him 100.
And 17.0 at 97 miles an hour for the Rocket lane.
I said I'd give him 100, Ben. Settle, Gretel. Settle, Gretel. All right, let's see if our 10s and number plate works this time around for the Golf in the Aeroflow lane.
It's on a good pass.
11 at 26, 121 miles an hour through the finish line.
And 13.3 at 106 miles an hour. So we've got the convertible BMW.
Yes.
Down the Aeroflow.
And I think it's a Honda in the Rocket.
So, ladies and gentlemen, be happy to know that New South Wales has scored another try. And what better person to score the try than Zach Lomax from the mighty St. George Dragons?
Well, that's probably their first one for the year, is it?
I don't follow that sport, but that was very fast, Mark. Well done. Well done.
Oh, Big jab of the brakes for the Aeroflow lane.
It's interesting. You got to arc track, and that's pretty much where the acceleration stopped, or just before. I wonder if computer says no, Mark.
Oh, yeah, it probably does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's limp mode.
Yep. 14.02 with a 104 mile an hour in the rocket lane there.
So just waiting on that car just to clear the bottom runoff road. So just guiding the car down in the Aeroflow lane in a little bit deeper. Bring on both lights. And goes through 12.1, 115 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to a 16.0, 86 miles an hour for the rocket lane. Aeroflow was just sitting on the line, just building up. .8, 95 miles an hour for the rocket.
You've already done it.
Well.
All right, guys, just quickly, I've got Greg down here. Greg, the votes have come in on YouTube, and everybody has voted your car as the best overall performing and presented car tonight. So you've won the $500 voucher from Odyssey Batteries, mate. So congratulations.
Thanks very much, eh? Thanks very much. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, mate, that's just votes that have come in from around the world, mate.
That's awesome. That's awesome, mate.
Congratulations, Greg. I'll let you get ready, mate.
Thanks.
There we are. There we are, boys.
I'll tell you, this silver VF down here, isn't it? Clean and tidy.
Yeah, it does look very clean and tidy under lights, Mark.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of our Commodore drivers are fanatical about the car's presentation. Because it's Simmons wheels on it from up here.
Yep.
Only 4 thousandths in the reaction time though. And it looks like our silver car is going to get there first, Mark. 1371, 109 miles an hour.
And 14.2, 108 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Next up, we'll see Victor Satlegianis in the Monte Carlo. Taking on the Nissan wagon in the rocket lane.
Oh, great, like this. That Monte Carlo has been around for a long time, done a lot of racing, and it's all had a big resto on it and come back gleaming like brand new again and back into a bit more racing.
It's a big car. It's just gone 181 to the 60. And something going away for the Nissan in the rocket lane. 11.59 with a 4, 118 through the finish line for Victor.
And as Steve said, the rocket lane just slowly limping its way across. So definitely a bit of a problem there. Hopefully nothing major.
Yeah, and of course we are into Pro Tree by the look of it too, Mark.
Perfect. Well, I would assume we wouldn't have burnouts tonight. seeing we got on Friday.
I would make that assumption as well. But you know what they say about assumptions.
Yeah. Hey, you just throw it out there and see what happens.
Correct. You just did, my friend. You
Yeah,
just did.
yeah. Just do it and beg for forgiveness later. But we will confirm that for you. That was a total uneducated guess.
All right, 13.41 with a 107 mile an hour for the Ute to a 14.19 for the Aeroflow lane there. Well, it's the battle of the Ford versus Holden and the shades of grey, because I don't think it's black. And the battle of the commercials as well.
So we've got the winner of the battery down in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, congratulations to Greg in the Falcon. Looks like the Holden's going to get there first by a long way, though, on this pass. 10.29 with a 130 mile an hour.
Yeah,
Wow.
an 11.5, 118 miles an hour. But I'll tell you what, there's a fair bit of fighting going on between the driver and car in that Falcon off the line. That XR Falcon sounds sweet in the burnout, doesn't it?
It does. It sure does. The Sylvia sounded pretty good as well. I was having a little bit of issue on previous passes here tonight, the Sylvia in the Aeroflow lane.
Yep, just losing a little bit of fluid.
1.444 to the 60 for the Falcon. And a 987 with an 8, 136.
And 10.4, 143 miles an hour for the Sylvia.
Yeah, definitely working at the top end for the Sylvia, but I think that's the first run into the 9s for the Falcon in the
indeed.
Into the rocket lane that time.
And 150 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to a 12.6, 105 miles an hour.
We've got Gareth down there on the big ZX14, 11.15 to Tim on the Ducati with a 12.05 with the 5.
All right, guys, if you don't want to know the football score, I'll give you time to put your fingers in your ears this time. But at the moment, they've just come back from half-time, And New South Wales 34, Queensland 0.
Yeah, wow. It's that's certainly not expected.
No. Apparently Queensland have not had too much possession of the ball. Every time they do, they just hand it over. So it's not one of their better starts to a State of Origin game. But game 3 will be very exciting if it keeps going the way it is.
Yes, certainly will be. That will be, of course, the take this year's State of Origin down to the final game. Again, a 9.0 for Wally, 159 mile an hour this time. 9.0, a 1 with a 9. Wow, he's running some times that are so consistent.
Yes,
there's like 5 runs that he's done there, all within a few thousandths of each other.
Well, boys, it has cooled down considerably out here at the moment. Track's still got a fair bit of heat in it, but there's a few little drops of gunk just down here, so we're just going to have to get that mopped up quickly before we get back to racing. Yeah, we've just got a little fine spray of gunk that has gone just out past 60 foot, guys. So we'll just get this cleaned up and then we'll be back to racing.
Well, Stu, you're down there on the spot at the moment. So what's the look of the track at the moment?
Oh, mate, it's just a very, very fine spray of what looks like oil. So we're just going to bring the tractor out and just give it a quick rub. Only needs a couple of rubs, nothing big, thankfully. So we should only be down for a couple of minutes and then we'll be back into racing again.
Excellent. Well, we might go up to the big screen at the moment and have a few words from our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. You're here, Aeroflow, Race for Real.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannons on 134646.
Well, I'll tell you what, boys, I think that's a PB 12.99 out of the little Honda Civic. The boys down here have gone crazy. Congratulations, guys.
Well, everything's all been cleaned up and we're back into racing. Two Lancers are just completing a pass 13.2 to a 14.4.
Just going to try and grab a word with the driver of this Honda Civic when he hits the burnout pad. Well, guys, we're down here on the burnout pad. Mate, you're a first timer. Mate, you crossed the finishing line and your crew just did the Toyota jump. Mate, you just went 12.99. How did that feel, mate?
Can't believe it. Very, very good. Very good. I thought the person who built me this car, he said it was a 13-second car. This is my first time out here, so I'm very, very excited that I got that.
Well, mate, go and celebrate with your crew. Congratulations, brother. 12.99, first timer. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Heart and soul into something with your mates, and look what they've achieved.
Yes, Stu, and that's what it's all about, just chasing that personal best and improving as much as you can each time you go out.
He'll be out next week running 11s.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the bug's bitten and now he's wanting nitrous and a turbo and and a 400-speed gearbox.
Yeah.
Well, now we're going to see if he can. It'd be good if you could back it up. Come back out again, run another 12.99, put the stamp on it.
No pressure from the rocket down there, though.
Yeah, no. Yeah, thanks, Steve.
1.8 to the 60 for the car in the rocket lane. Screams, catch me if you can. And 11.52 with a 4, 120 mile an hour.
And 16 free, 62 miles an hour.
You didn't catch him.
No, he didn't. Nearly.
Maybe on the next lap around.
Yeah.
$14.96 with a 7.94 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane on that run.
And 14.7, 100 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
One of those cars making a lot of noise in the braking area down there. We can hear it on the track mics.
A lot of popping and crackling. Looks like another little bit of fluid down on the rocket lane. Our officials just down there giving it a quick mop up and a little bit of squirt of thinners by the looks of it.
Of course, thank God Friday. It's Friday burnouts kicking off at 6 p.m. here on Friday night. There is a bunch of cars entered in for Friday night. There's 15 or 16 pro cars in the entry list. The track has just published the entry list. So if you're into anything involving rods, rims, blown tyres, the occasional rubber fire, lots of smoke, lots of noise, be here at Sydney Dragway on a Friday evening.
Yep, hours of fun for the whole family indeed.
Correct.
So start preparing the mullet. Get the limiter finger ready.
How do you prepare the mullet? You gotta go to the barber and get the side shaved. Is that right?
Get it cut or get it glued on, one of the two.
Yes. Or talk to Stu. He's got something.
Yeah, he's got.
So one of the boys that was with that Honda boys was the driver of that Renault last week that broke the drive shaft. But mate,
yes.
they are having a ball out here, and they said they will definitely be back.
Excellent. It's good to see. Well, they've got a bit of a baseline now, haven't they, Stu? They can start chasing those numbers.
Well, I think the big thing is for them at this point in time now to get that consistency. Try and run as close to that time as possible. Get that baseline, and then, hey, you never know what's going to happen in the future. But I think for us as commentators, boys, it'd be fair to say that it's great to see young men and women coming here to Aeroflow Race for Real, and doing stuff like that, running PBs, putting their heart and soul into a car that they've bought, and it's a great story for us commentators to develop as well throughout the corresponding months and years.
Yeah, you're right there, and you know, like all of us would be able to pick out a numerous amount of races that have started here and just improved in their skills and the cars themselves.
Yeah, definitely, Mark. I think also too we see them change as drivers as well. You know,
yes.
They start off in a 12-second Civic, and then they want to go quicker, and then they either stay with that same car or something more interesting comes up, and they progress ET-wise either with the original car or something newer, or it might even be something a little bit more race orientated. You know, they take the trim out, or they get a car with a roll cage in it, or a front a chassis clip in it, or whatever it might be. I think drag racing is one of those sports where you do a perfect run and then you start thinking, well, what if, you know? So
yes,
you forever chasing the perfect path, forever chasing that quicker ET or more consistency, or whatever your goal is.
Yeah, more power.
Yes,
and more power.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. And I showed you before what happens when you go one too many. Although I think that might have been a few more than one too many. Maybe. True. $13.94 with a 103 miles an hour in the Aeroflow lane.
And 12.8 for the Rocket lane. We've got the Monaro down in the Aeroflow lane up against the VS Commodore.
Not too much in the reaction times. The Monaro with the better leave and the better reaction time.
A quick dab of the brakes from the Monaro before he crossed the line. 12.1, 114 miles an hour.
I'll tell you what, boys, Victor Slogianos, who's pumped up for this next run. He's ready to go. We've got Greg about to come out in the XP Falcon as well. Some tough cars. The XR is about to come out. It's already run into the nines tonight. The whole team doing a great job in that car. Hopefully we'll see it back here again in the future.
11.8, 125 for the Rocket lane to a 12.4, 123 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Next up we have the R35 taking on the Commodore Wagon in the Rocket lane. The Wagon, the quicker of the two. So I would believe based on the previous times recorded. Certainly appears that way. 11.28 with a 3, 134 miles an hour across the finish line. To a 12.25 at 118.
Nice little burn out from the Monte Carlo.
All right, Victor Sologianis, the big Chevy Monte Carlo, the big 454 in the big Yank tank.
Not a bad light from either racer here, Mark. 3.55 for the Aeroflow lane. Victor away with a 2.62. Monte Carlo will get there first. 11.56 with a 118 miles an hour.
And 13.4, 107 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. Now, Monte Carlo just does everything right, doesn't it?
It sure does. Hooks up very well considering the mass and size of that car. I mean, it has a big block in it as well. Not much in between these cars on the start line. But it looks like our wagon for Greg out in front in the Aeroflow lane. 11.81 with a 7. 113 miles an hour through the finish line.
Well, the XR Falcon just singing away through the burnout.
Over towards the wall. On the launch for the Falcon. And through the finish line, 9.85 with a 5, 136 miles an hour.
Well, it just left the line a little bit crossed up. Definitely gave it a little bit more on the start than he has been doing.
Well, I'm thinking that's a confidence thing just quietly.
Yep.
Yeah, they definitely gave it a little bit more gentle off the start line, that's for sure. And came up a little bit higher, also came down a little bit harder, but the ET at the end of the track was still very, very good. We're about to get back into the bikes. And we've still got some tough street cars lined up out the back, ready to let loose.
Just a little bit of a mop up down on the starting line.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be anything too serious.
No, just possibly a little bit of coolant, something down there. Nothing a bit of thinners won't fix.
Has a lot of uses here at Sydney Dragway, but of course what they're using the thinners for is it draws the unwanted fluid out of the rubber on the racing surface, and then we just wipe over it with a mop, and pretty much good to go.
Okay, just holding up start at the moment. We just have one of our, or a couple of our track people down on the line. There might be something on the track. Well, 11.6, 124 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane, and 12.7, 103 miles an hour. Nine 149 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to an 11.7, 108 miles an hour.
All right, our next pair of riders are rolling up to the start line now for yet another crack at this pro tree. Sub 2 seconds to the 60 foot for the rider in the Aeroflow lane. Held the lead all the way down the racetrack. 10.62 with a 9, 131 miles an hour mark.
And 13.0, 102 miles an hour for the Rocket lane. Back into the cars again.
One 7 to the 60 for the Golf in the Aeroflow lane. Chasing down the Falcon, but he's not going to get there. 11.61 with a 3, 116 mile an hour for the Falcon.
And 11.2, 122 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think
so the Golf definitely had plenty up top.
Yeah, it's getting closer. I think that was the quickest pass of the night so far for that Golf.
Well, two Lancers side by side.
They're almost identical to the 330 and the 60 foot, but the Rocket lane 12.96 with a 7 with all the ones once again. That's the second time tonight we've seen that.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, Rocket lane definitely had the bigger top end charge, that's for sure. Rocket lane goes through 14.3, 100 miles an hour. And 21.8 at 50 miles an hour for the Aeroflow.
Well, good news, guys. New South Wales just scored, and it was a Panthers player. So if you're a Panthers fan here tonight, guys, you'll be cheering.
Yes, yes. The Panthers Blues.
Yep.
So was it Toto?
No, it was Dylan Edwards.
Oh, good on you.
Hey.
Mate, he deserves all the accolades he gets. He is the ultimate, that guy.
They've got a great system up there in Penrith, from their junior base all the way through to their first grade side.
Looks like the Golf in the Rocket lane out in front. 12.89 with a 4. 106 mile an hour will take it by just under 0.2 of a second across the finish line mark.
Yes, indeed. I thought you were going to say the Golf 1.
The white Golf one.
Yeah, the white one.
I don't think the white Golf's going to win this one.
No.
15.09 with a 2.94 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane will take the win.
And 15.0 for the Aeroflow lane.
Would have been a crack over race, that one, if they both left the start line at a lot closer time.
Yeah. $14.6 at 95 miles an hour for the Aeroflow, and $14.7 at 97 miles an hour for the Rocket.
Looks like the Aeroflow lane out in front at the moment. And that's definitely going to be the way it's going to stay. 13.41, 106 in the Aeroflow lane to a 15.98 at 88 mile an hour for the car in the Rocket lane. The Aeroflow lane takes it 12.70, 112 mile an hour to an 11.84 at 124 for the racer in the Rocket lane.
The Commodore down in the Rocket lane, and I think that's a BMW in the Aeroflow.
Looks like the Aeroflow lane out in front here, Mark. And a 12.35 with a 3, 119 miles an hour.
And 13.8 at 103 miles an hour for the Rocket lane. Monaro back out again in the Rocket lane against the VF Commodore.
Not too much in this one at all. I think the Rocket lane will... That's twice. 75 10,000ths across the finish line. The Aeroflow lane will take that one. 11.68 with a 2, 120 mile an hour to a 12.07.
Skyline up against Commodore.
Skyline's definitely taking this one, Mark. 14.04 at 105.
And 12.9 at 91 miles an hour. Commodore up against the Monte Carlo.
It's Brian in the rocket lane. Taking on Victor. And Victor takes it 11.64 with a 118 mile an hour.
And 13.1, 102 miles an hour by the rocket lane. And back into bikes again. Eleven eight to a 12.5. .997 at 149 miles an hour for the rocket lane and 10.7 for the Aeroflow lane. .11.5, 109 miles an hour.
On paper, this should be a good race, Mark. I think the Golf should get there, though. But maybe not with that reaction time. 11.83 with a 118 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane.
Two Lancers back up again. .0, 93 miles an hour to a 13.9 at 90 miles an hour.
It's almost like they were synchronised then.
It was, wasn't it? Both brake lights the same time, the whole lot. Might be a new Olympic sport, synchronised drag racing.
Correct. $15.97 with a 6 in the Aeroflow lane on that run. Another bad light for the racer in the Aeroflow lane, 3.45.
Yeah.
On a Pro Tree, that must be nearly like guessing it. Runs on through for a 14.83 with a 9.97 mile an hour.
And 16 free at 86 miles an hour.
Another good light for the Rocket Lane, the 392 there. 2.0 to the 60. Just under 90 mile an hour and half track. And a 12.59 with a 9 at 114. In the Rocket Lane there, Mark.
Yep. And 13.2, 106 for the Aeroflow lane. $12.9 to a 14.1. Commodore versus Commodore. $11.9 to a 12.9. Skyline up against the Commodore. Skyline chasing him down, but won't get there. 12 free, 112 miles an hour to a 12.0, 119 miles an hour. $11.6 to a 12.4. $9.7, 150 miles an hour to a 10.8. $11.4, 112 miles an hour. Now, was that a slipping clutch I heard down the bottom there?
It's sounded something along those lines. It wasn't a free rev, but it definitely wasn't as clean as I think the rider would have liked, Mark. I think that was our last vehicle or bike down the racetrack here tonight. I think that concludes the racing here for Aeroflow and Sydney Dragway. And, of course, this week's A Race for Real. Our next event is, thank God it's Friday, Burnouts, kicking off here at Sydney Dragway from 6 p.m. As I said before, a whole bunch of entries. We've got 15 or 16 pro cars as well. So if you're into Burnouts, definitely here on Friday night is the place to be. Keep your eyes on the Tracks website for all of the news and happenings around the venue. Like us on Facebook if you haven't already. Thank you to all of the crowd that have come out and braved the winter evening here at Sydney Dragway, and also thank you to our viewers on the live stream, sydneydragwayofficial.com. Your comments and chatter is always very much welcomed.
Very entertaining.
Yeah, on behalf of myself, Mark, Stewie and Ben, and of course all of the Sydney Dragway officials and track staff, I'd like to wish you all a very good night. Be safe on the roads, and we'll see you all again here very, very shortly. Good night.
Drive safe.